Looks like we're live, folks. We're gonna be getting started in just a couple minutes. Hope everyone's having a great Labor Day weekend. Alright, looks like it's 1 o'clock, so it's time to get started. So welcome guys, this is Black 6 from BZPower, here for another live build. I took last week off, I had some life stuff going on. You might have caught us though, I was on Kevin Hinkle's stream last Tuesday doing some building, but inadvertently I killed the stream. I don't think it was my fault, but Kevin has decided to not do the streams anymore, unfortunately. But it was a good time. Got a little bit of my building energy out, but now we're back here to tackle this guy, the current largest set in LEGO's new Monkey Kid theme. So this is a theme that was specifically targeted at the Chinese market based on Chinese legend. Which I think is really awesome. Obviously, China as a country is a big, booming, growing consumer market. So, LEGO and a lot of companies are looking to kind of find ways to kind of capitalize on that and cater and appeal to the Chinese market. And Monkey Kid seems to be a great way of doing that. And even if you are not Chinese, such as myself, you can still definitely appreciate the awesome set design and all the work and attention to detail that has gone into this set. I mean, so this guy I can see is 1,959 parts. Yet it only retails for 170 bucks in the US. So that's actually a pretty decent price per part ratio. And as we look at the set, there's a lot going on here. We got like a little mech. We've got a couple little boats over here, and then of course we got a big boat. Which has got some Technic parts on here, obviously a lot of systems, got some interesting elements. These pumpkins in red jump out at me immediately, and I'm sure there's a lot of others. We got a recolor of the cat from the Lego Movie 2, and that looks like it might be teal and orange with some printing. And we see that the boat opens up, and as the name of the set suggests, Monkey Kids Team Secret HQ. This is their whole floating headquarters. So all these look like they are cargo containers sitting on top of a boat. Actually, we'll be able to go inside them and check things out. Oh, and there's a third little boat here. Excuse me. So, just tilt our camera down a little bit and get a little better view of all the minifigs that this set has. So we've got May, we've got Pigsy, Monkey Kid, and Sandy. So 4 figs from the good guy side. And then we've got General Ironclad, Grunt, Roar, and Snort from the bad guy's side. At first glance, those last 3, Grunt, Roar, and Snort, while those are funny names, the figs look identical from the box, so I'll have to open it up and see. General Ironclad looks like he's got some different armor and like maybe a little cape element going on there. So let's flip the box around and take a look here. So again, we can see that the boat does open up, actually separates into 3 parts. Probably so you can rearrange it a little bit as they show here. And actually show it looks like it's on a street or something here that you can set it up. Maybe not entirely accurate to the show, but still kind of cool. We can see there's like a mech bay. I'm not sure what that is. Maybe once we see what those little signposts have on them, we'll understand. And there's a little area for one of the boats, and then like a little sleeping area with a cool hammock using like a netting piece. Monkey Kid looks like he's playing some video games here. Just try again. So I'm definitely looking forward to checking out all these different features in here. So opening up 3 pieces of tape to keep this box closed. 2 is not enough. All right. We are going to be trying some slightly new things with the stream this week, as you guys will hopefully see in a few minutes once we get all the parts and stuff out. Oh, there's a box inside the box. I see lots of numbered bags. All right, so we're going to put that off to the side for a sec. And from my experience, normally the lower numbered bags are in this box for whatever reason. And that seems like it might be the case, because I don't see anything less than 6 so far here. And the highest I see is 18. Oh, 19. And we've got some loose elements, some large 8x16 plates. Got part of the Sandy Big Fig in here. 15 and 16. So it looks like we got 19 bags total. Let's start arranging those up and out of the way. So yeah, looks like we've got outside the box, bags 10 through 19, and then bag 6. I was like, it's not bag 9, right? But no, it's got the dot, so it's definitely 6. Would have made sense if it was 9 through 19. But 6 and 10 through 19. Alright, what do we got in the inside box? Oh, we got our instructions, of course. Those are kind of useful. That is a lot of instructions. It looks like it's at least 5 different books. And some of them are nicely bound and some aren't. Lots of stickers. I don't think I'm looking forward to that. We have another bag 6. Maybe one of those. Oh, no, there's 9. Okay. So every number only has 1 bag except for 6, which for some reason has 2. Alright, so let's take a look at our sticker sheet and see if I can do this. Let's see if this works. All right, hopefully that works. There we go. So we got a secondary camera, so we can get a closer up view of some of the stuff going on. Let's see if I can tilt this a little bit, so I don't have to like hold it and you don't have to look at my shaking hand. So we've got lots of stickers, lots of control panel elements here. Some graffiti, we got the DH Shipping Co., some solar panels, got the video game here. What might be a bathroom sign, men, women, and cats, so very unisex. Like a warning sign, watch out for monsters, all sorts of interesting little decals going on here. Lots of Chinese characters, which would make sense, you know, if this is obviously gonna be the same set that's sold in China, US, and around the world. And if they're catering to the Chinese market, they want to have some Chinese characters there. I'm sure there are some interesting little Easter eggs on there if you understand the language. So, switching back. So you can see we've got our little inset there. But we'll take a look at our instructions. So, book 1, very clearly numbered, so that's nice. This is a nice thin one. Book 2 is actually stapled the other direction, so that's kind of odd. Let's actually take off our little inset for now so we can look at these in full view. Book 3 is bound, and just a normal kind of page layout, as is book 4. And then book 5 is again stapled instead of bound, and a normal layout. So kind of interesting that we've got 5 books. I'm going to assume that like the first book, maybe even the second one, it's like the first one is maybe like the mech of one of the boats, and the second is a couple of other boats and some of the smaller things. So if you have like, you know, building this with a family, you can kind of split things up and divide and conquer sort of thing, which LEGO seems to like to do in a lot of their non-adult focus sets, which is most of their sets, especially in the bigger ones. So let's see what happens when we open it up. How to use the brick separator. Yeah, so you can see bag 1 starts the mech, bag 2 finishes the mech and builds the boat. And that is all we do in the first book here. So turning the page though, you can see what looks like a progress bar. I got Monkey Kid walking along, and you can see it's kind of dark here and then it gets lighter. So it's kind of interesting that as you go through the book, you can see how far you're getting. But without further ado, you can look at the instructions more as we go. Let's open up our first bag. One thing I do prefer about the thinner stapled books compared to the bound ones is that when you open them, they stay open, whereas the bound ones, especially the beginning and the end, they tend to want to close on themselves. All right, so let's see if we can set this up to look decent. Give you a little picture-in-picture so you guys can see a little more clearly as I'm building, a little more close-up. So first off, we got our brick separator. I'm gonna have to already start taking some brick separators out of our lovely Brick Fair brick separator mug, but there's still some room in here. All right, so we got our Monkey Kid minifig coming together first. He's gonna have some new parts already. All right, so if you look at our inset here, we've got his legs, which are dual molded, black and red, and have some nice printing on the front and on the sides. cannot find his body yet. That would slow me down. Oh, there it is, right in front of me. All right, so I'll put on the body. His body looks like key orange or flame yellowish orange. It's got some nice detail printing on the front. No arm printing, but it's got the kind of Monkey Kid logo on the back. Hey there, Box Commander. Then we've got one of our first new elements already, a pair of headphones in teal. And those are kind of neck gear. So he puts them on there, so you can put them on the head so you can be wearing his headphones around there. He's got an angry face. I feel like that's not coming out as clear as I'd like on the webcam, so we'll try using our normal cam. It's a work in progress. And he's got, I guess, his secret identity face, where he's got like the red Monkey Kid mask on and a big grin. So we'll keep with the normal angry face. And the hairpiece, which I assume is also new, which is, I think, just printed with the red bandana. And they've got some nice printing on the front there. And he's got his weapon, which is made of a red lightsaber bar, and then 2 new elements in gold that are on the end. So like they could have used normal like lightsaber hilts. This is a new element. It's a little longer than a lightsaber hilt. I think I actually have some of those right off here. So you can see it is a little longer than that. It doesn't have those ridges on there on the grip, and it has kind of different shaping on the ends. At ends, if you look at it head on, not sure how well you'll be able to see it, are actually square. So it's like rounded and then a square piece around that. And of course you can put in a 318 bar element. And there is like a little kind of notch in here. I think that's just from the molding process. But so it's like not perfectly symmetric. But anyway, Monkey gets the staff. Minifig stands so he doesn't fall over while we're building. There we go. And actually in the instructions, once you build him, they let you know who it is you just built. That's Monkey Kid. All right, and now we start working on the mech. And yeah, there's a progress bar along the bottom here. So you can kind of see what it is you're building. And definitely give me your feedback on this picture-in-picture thing. If you think I need to make it smaller, bigger, just get rid of it. Yeah, we're just trying this out. See how it goes. Add in some mixel joints. Some snot brackets on there. So yeah, I got a bunch of snot brackets here. So yeah, I can see it's starting to take shape here with some mixel balls. Not sure which, I guess think these are going to be the shoulders, and the sockets on the bottom are going to be for the legs. I do like this, how you've got these snot brackets that we put these 2x2 curved slopes, and they just line up perfectly with this panel piece here. And it makes a really nice smooth transition. Oh, I think this is another new piece, or relatively new. It is a 2x2 inverted curved slope. Show that off on the main camera too, just in case you can't see it that well. So we've had the 1x2 inverted curved slopes for a while, but now we've got a 2x2 one. I think this is the first time that I have seen that. Yeah, it doesn't mean it is brand new, but at least it's new to me. A lot more connection points on here. You can see you have some click hinges up here and some clips. Yeah, we're actually going to be making use of those clips now with a not new piece, a classic harpoon gun. I think that first appeared in the Divers sets, which was a city sub-theme back in, I want to say the later 90s, second half of the 90s for sure. If not the early 2000s, pretty sure it's late 90s. Oh, just about time for our first sticker. Going on this 2x2 round tile. Well, actually, I have two stickers, one on the tile, one on the curve slope. Alright, I want to make sure we line that up. That is going to be front and center on the little monkey mech. So there we go, our first couple stickers. I think the webcam has a promise focusing sometimes. I'll try it on the main cam. Doesn't like it when I move things too close to it. So the main camera does a better job with that. So again, work in progress. And so then that pops on here. And so now that can fold open, and the Monkey Kid has a spot to go. There's no studs or anything on the inside here, so he's pretty much just gonna be kind of like frictioned in place, just kind of held in by the geometry of the shaping there. Yeah, so my idea for having the picture-in-picture here is like so you can see it better as far as what I'm doing, like in the individual steps, and then let's kind of, yeah, as we go along and we build more, there'll be more stuff out in this area, like the general overview stuff. And you'll be able to see that on the main view, and still be able to see the little stuff. I just realized, try to pull one over on me. We should be building 2 of these at once. See, these are going to be his legs, it looks like. And we got some more stickers coming in. On these 2x4 curved slopes. Show that off on the main camera there. It's got interesting designs there. Looks like, you know, some riveted metal kind of stuff. Alright. Yep. Looks like there's some sort of warning label on it as well. And both of the legs have that. But you can see the design is slightly mirrored, with that white pattern being mirrored. Otherwise, they're pretty much identical. So, I guess he kind of can stand up, or is he supposed to go like this? Didn't pay too, no, okay, so it looks like we're going to be taking advantage of the fact that, you know, these round bricks have an axle hole in them, and then this base piece has a pinhole. So we're going to be attaching stuff to the bottom to build out those legs further. Yes, you got some yellow 3-module axles. You don't see that very often. And then some little Technic toe balls, which have now kind of become the mixel joints, and then those pop into those 2x2 round bricks with a Technic axle in them. So we're getting close to being done with our first bag here. But not with our little mech. But yeah, so if you're splitting things up, so I just had a phone alert. False alarm. Yeah, if you're splitting things up, you know, you give someone the first 2 bags. In the first instruction book, and they can make a little monkey kid mech. As well as, it looks like the bad guy boat, I think, is the next thing we're going to build in bag 2. Alright, so he's got some feet. Attaches to, did I get some color? Oh, no, I just have the feet backwards. So what? That doesn't look right. Satisfying pop there. And then, yeah, so we've got our mech partially underway. I do like that this design gives him some good range of motion. While the knees, you know, as with most Lego mechs, are definitely, you know, built in place, so there's no knee posability. Having the ankle posability and having it so the ankles can go forward and backwards and aren't locked, kind of like they are side to side, gives them a good range of motion there. All right. And it looks like that is it for bag 1. problem I'm having personally with that picture-in-picture cam is that it's like right in the way of where I'm putting my tray here, so just make it a little more difficult to see some of the parts I'm looking for. Have to tweak that a little bit. Alright, so looks like we're building the arms now, which appear to be mostly the same, so we're going to try building them both at once. It is interesting that it looks like we're building 2 minifigs in this bag, but unlike how you usually see it in the instructions, we're not building the minifigs first thing. And normally that's like the first part of any opening a new bag is, hey, build the figs. But I'm guessing is that they're going to have you finish the mech before you build the bad guys, and then you'll build their little boat. Either I am blind, which is always possible, especially with the odd angle I'm looking through all these parts, or we are getting to the end of symmetry on here. So we're going to assume that things start being asymmetric at this point, so we'll just focus on the one arm. Alright, so we got his first arm here. So they use some hinge plates for the elbow, socket there for the shoulder. It's got a couple of Exoforce arms for the fingers, and I'm not sure how it'll show there, but he does have a pin, half pin with a stud. Showed up on the main camera there, half pin with a stud, which I assume is what he's going to hold his weapon with. And then he's also got this little clip here as well, which I only had one of, so I think that's going to be a slight difference between the two sides. Then I just couldn't find the second clip. Nope, it is going to be different. Awesome. So it wasn't completely blind. But so far, other than that one part, most of this is the same between the two sides. As I say that, adding this wheel thing on here. He's got a couple of stud shooters on here. The ones with the built-in plate. And interestingly enough, they have brown triggers. Not sure I've seen the triggers in brown before. But those do, I guess, kind of mesh well with his, oh, I just realized there's a dark gray trigger in there too that I grabbed accidentally. Let's see if I can figure out how to get that trigger piece out of there. I do have extra ones of these, so we're just gonna hope that they need the gray trigger on the bad guy boat. Pay attention, follow the directions, kids. Don't be like me. Or just build whatever you want. I mean, whatever you enjoy. Alright, there's our second arm. Popping that on. So I think our mech is just about done. But we just need to build a staff for him. Which is going to be primarily a Technic endeavor. Kind of interestingly, while on his legs here, he used yellow 3-module axles. In his staff, he's using the normal light gray ones. And to the relief of many, we've got some black 2-module axles. Not that they're going to be visible in the final build here. And probably they're actually using the black ones because we're using these Technic axle connectors in red. And they didn't want it to be too confusing putting the red axles and the red connectors. This adds some more contrast as you build. Especially if this is the part of the big set that you're gonna let the younger kids assemble. Alright, so we've got a staff here. And then gotta load up our stud shooter. Alright, so the staff has this pneumatic T connector piece, which you can put into the pin with the stud there. So there it goes in that way. And then that piece doesn't have any friction, so it can kind of wobble around, but then you move the exit force fingers and nope, and it still wobbles. Did I do it backwards? Does it show it doing it a different way? That's how it shows it, so it's going to be a little wobbly. And it looks like the clip I mentioned before is so you can put Monkey Kid's staff on here. So you can hold that so that he can pop in, and he fits nice and snug in there. There's not really a lot of friction, he goes in pretty easy, but then once you put that in, he can't like easily fall out. Yeah, okay, once you squeeze it tight enough that those pieces meet, right, he's not gonna fall out at all. Sure, if you play with them enough, it might wiggle free, but generally speaking, he's solid. So that's a pretty cool looking mech. It's got some good posability. Having the 2 hinge plates there gives it enough friction that you can pose him around. Then he's got the shoulder mobility. He's got the stud shooters. Not quite sure what that's supposed to be, but a cool little detail. And then he's got the leg posability we showed off before. And he does have these 2 quick hinges on the back here that we have not made use of. I assume that's either going to combine with some other part of the set that we've yet to build, or maybe with some of the other Monkey Kid sets. So we'll have to kind of wait and see how that pans out. All right, so now we get to make some more minifigs. Got some nice trans orange minifig heads. And these two figs are indeed identical, even though the box gives them different names. And yeah, the only difference is that one of them gets a hammer for a weapon. All right. So he's got some nice printing on the front. He's got gunmetal, solid gunmetal legs with no printing. So that's not a color you see very often. And some kind of robotic printing on the back. Kind of suggests that these guys are maybe robots with the trans orange head and the printing. And then the cow horn piece for the helmet is not a new piece, but I think it's probably the first time they are getting it in this magenta color. So here we go, put him on the main camera there. Definitely a new helmet piece in gunmetal with some nice gold printing on the nose there. Gives him a kind of a bovine look, because obviously the bad guy is the Demon Bull King. So these kind of have that bull look. So just a quick status check on the instructions here. You can see we're getting pretty close to the far right side of the page. So you know we're getting close to being done. I guess with just this instruction book, obviously not the whole set. Make sure you use the right trigger color for these stud cheaters, the dark gray instead of the brown. It's kind of interesting, they've got that one trans orange cone piece in the back and a clip on the other side. Curious to see what that is used for. The clip's probably to hold the hammer, I would assume. kind of shaping up to be a cute little airboat sort of design. With a flaming jet engine coming out of the back. I missed a piece. I just realized I have a plate under it. Not just a flaming jet engine, but then a flame thrower on the front, it would seem. It goes on the front here. Alright, so yes, the clip is for the hammer. Guys go in the seats. All right, and there is our little airboat. So yeah, the guy in the back has got the controls to steer. The guy in the front is in charge of the flamethrower to light anything on the water on fire. I guess if they get too close or close enough to their boat, they can set it on fire. And there's a little clip on the back for the hammer. So pretty cute. And then you do get a bunch of extra round plates for ammo and some other miscellaneous parts like you would normally expect. Kind of interestingly enough, where you normally do get leftover or extra lightsaber elements, you do not get extras of these gold new handlebar pieces, whatever you want to call them. All right, and that was it for the first bag. So that is it for the first instruction book as well. So still have that on the bottom of the stack. Move on to the second instruction book, which opens this way. And it looks like this is going to be starting the interior of the boat. Oh, helps if you can see that. So 3 and 4, no figs. 5, we get a couple figs, and there. And so this is just going to be focusing on bags 3, 4, and 5. So it's 5 in bag 3. Open that up. And I think once we finish bag 3 here, we will do our first giveaway of the day. So these guys over here so you can see them on the main screen while we build in the inset. Big pieces out of the way. box commander saying here? Might be because they're lacquered. Yeah, I think probably a lot of what you're saying there could be contributing factors. Right, they're lacquered, so that's going to mean they're more expensive parts compared to normal lightsaber hilts. Also, since they are slightly bigger than lightsaber hilts, they are going to be heavier, so it might be easier to determine how many of them there are. And they're like, oh, well, we're not going to spend extra on these parts, especially since it's a new mold. And I guess it's, you know, relatively expensive since it's a newer part. That they don't want to spend the extra money. We're not worth the extra money is what I'm getting out of this, guys. I think the little progress bars here on the bottom of the instructions are a cute touch. But since they're only really telling you like how far in the current book you're working on is, I don't see them as very useful because I can just, you know, look at the book and see how many pages are left. So just kind of a nice little added detail. Kind of does give us some nice feeling, you know, like an extra level of effort in the production, but I think in the big scheme of things it doesn't add a whole lot other than just some cute details. So you can see we added some boat bottom pieces here, so now this thing can kind of slide around a little bit. Probably gonna have to be careful of that as we build. Yeah, so you don't like, so make sure you push straight down, because if you push on an angle it may kind of slide out from under you. So one other nice thing about this second camera setup we've got is that this is on what used to be, I guess it's technically still, a microphone stand versus my main camera, which is on a fairly fixed tripod, but since this is a mic stand, in theory we can move it up a little bit as the build starts getting bigger. Give us some more space as we work. So yeah, I just added some Technic panels on the back there. Nice dark green, big panel there. I'm not sure if that is a new color for that piece or not. But either way, nice to have that. So anyone who's tuning in right now, has anyone else picked up any of the Monkie Kid sets yet? And if so, I would love to hear your thoughts on them. If there are any that you liked in particular, or didn't like, or anything like that. Because we do have some others we're going to be building on stream in the future. And, but we do not yet have all of them. So if there are any ones in particular I should look out for and try to pick up, that'd be good knowledge to have in my back pocket. So interesting little construction here on the sides, using a 2x2 plate that only has 2 studs, and a little 1x2 plate that has a little track. Kind of makes like some steps up here. So we'll see how that kind of goes into the main build as we go along. Yeah, this is obviously just a small part of the final product. Alright, so we're just about done with bag 3 here, which, as I said, means we're going to be doing our first giveaway. I don't think I had time with the giveaway to set up with the picture-in-picture, so we're going to have to do without the picture-in-picture for now. Or maybe that's a good thing. I await your feedback. Locking some of what we've built here in place with some more Technic beams. Since we're building, you know, a boat, kind of gives the yellow gives it this nice kind of industrial look, makes it look nice and strong, but also actually makes the set strong. Looks like we've got, to wrap up this bag, a couple more stickers on some 1x2 cheese slopes. 2 stickers, some control panels there. So on the left, you got some sort of gauge or dial, and a joystick. On the right, some like switches, and then another sort of dial. And this goes right there. Alright, and that is it for bag 3. So I'm going to open up bag 4, and then we'll pick our first winner. Few people entered. $1, congratulations. You won a Lego Movie 2 collectible minifigure, which obviously, for those of you who already entered the giveaway, you saw that is pretty much everyone will be winning today. That's what we decided to give away. Mix things up a little bit from our normal Star Wars buildable figures. Still got a bunch of Lego Movie 2 ones, so if you want to give your top 3 or so figures that you're interested in when you send us your address, that'd be appreciated, and we'll do our best to make sure you get one of the ones you want. Since I'm pretty sure we're missing some of them at this point. It's getting a little bit harder here to see what it is we're building on the little picture-in-picture camera. We'll keep doing our best. Need to make sure it's focusing on just the part that we're building. Now we're back to yellow 3-length axles. Just kind of floppying back and forth in this set. Adjust our camera angle a little better, so it's not so much a bird's eye view. Gives you like a little bit of depth to it. definitely a learning experience here. And like I keep saying, welcome your feedback as far as like what works and what doesn't with this second camera setup. It does look like we are starting some sort of function over here. We've got like the Technic axle, we've got a few Technic bricks here. Just curious to see what that does, if that's becomes some sort of play feature. Well, on this side, we're using these 1x2 plates with the bars to kind of make a ladder for going up. Come back to open. Well, the yellow is definitely giving it a feel like it's a kind of a safety thing. You know, you see it in a lot of construction and other machinery. Gotta have all the safety stripes so people don't like fall and get hurt or something. Speaking of safety stripes, got a 1x4 tile with some safety stripe printing on it. Lost that. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. So obviously we've already got some asymmetry because this side has this big Technic beam hanging off it, but now we're getting into some asymmetry on the back as well, where this one has a smaller black beam and this one has a larger yellow one. make sure these two tiles are even, since they have the little pegs in the bottom. So you can either be attaching them to the stud that way, or like offset by one. I think it want the offset. There we go. Alright, so we got a whole sub-assembly to do, so I can push this off to the side while we focus on that here. Do like these key orange half circle plates. First time I think I've seen them in that color that I can recall, so that's kind of nice. Some more of those 2x2 inverted slopes. Red and blue 1x1 round plates are interesting, because especially the weight, they give it a look kind of like it's you know, police lights or something. I don't think that is supposed to be the case here. Maybe they're just supposed to be like boat lights, right? Like boats have lights on them so you can see them in fog and things like that. I thought those were red and green, not red and blue. And we got a sticker going on a 2x4 tile here with the Monkey Kid logo. Put that up on the main camera. So it definitely looks like it's kind of graffiti, like dripping paint kind of look to it. There we go. Looks like we're just about done with this bag after we put on the sticker on this 1x2 cheese slope. Another control panel design. So it looks like it's got a compass and then some sort of map, whether that's supposed to be like radar or sonar or what, not sure. That goes in there. We still got this Technic axle that I assume we're going to use to attach this to something. Alright, so helps if I put it the right way. So yeah, you've got these Technic pin bushing combos that are pushing in on on this Technic frame, and then putting the axle through to secure this in place. So kind of got like a crow's nest going on here, and thanks to all that Technic construction, it is nice and sturdy. All right, that's it for bag 4. For bag 5, we get to build Sandy and the General, who had a name. Let's reference that box real quick. General Ironclad. Got a little cardboard box here. Take a look and see what's inside that in a sec. Also get to open this guy up. And take out Sandy, who comes in a divided bag like a lot of big figs do, that has some perforations on it. So you can easily pop that open. Once you find some Technic pins, you can get to assembling them. All right, so there is Sandy. We're also going to build a weapon for him. So we'll do that, and we will show him off. Got this interesting piece in trans black. Haven't built a lot of Ninjago sets lately, so I'm going to assume that this is from Ninjago. But it could potentially be a new piece. Camera adjust, go. Alright, so we've got his staff here. And apparently a fish, which is an important detail. How are they showing him holding this? Okay. There we go. Alright, so here is Sandy. So he's got this impressive staff. Let's take that picture off for a sec so you can see him better. So it looks like the staff might be like it's supposed to be like an axe on one end or something, and like a prong on the other. Let's pop that out so you can take just a look at Sandy himself. Nicely printed. I do like he's got like this big, magenta necklace on, orange beard and mohawk. Looks like he's wearing some like track pants with a stripe on the side and some sneakers. Nice use of the big fig here. And I'm not quite sure what the fish is for, but it's in the instructions, so we're gonna pop it in his hand. Alright. Now we've got our general. Oh, so we have to open up a little cardboard insert box here. Looks like it's gonna have his cape in it. Not sure if this is a new fabric cut or not. Use a little shoulder armor as well. I'm not sure if that shoulder armor is new or not. Again, I assume most pieces like that are probably from Ninjago. That may be a poor assumption on my part. So the bad guys seem to be really into fire, because the good general here, as we'll see in a sec, has a flaming axe. But there he is. And where are our other goons? So it looks like he's got same helmet, same chest printing, but he's got gunmetal arms instead of the magenta ones. The back is the same. Obviously he's got the cape, the shoulder armor, and he's got light gray horns instead of the magenta ones. It does stand out a little bit, but a lot of similar parts, which is kind of disappointing since he's, you know, the general and all that. As I mentioned, he's got an axe that is also a torch that's on fire. Kind of interesting choice there. All right, so on to building. Got the old fishing rod antenna trick, it looks like. We've got a fencing foil, or an epee, that we're using as like an antenna, this communications dish, and a harpoon launcher we're using to attach it. So yeah, our communications dish here has got the foil and a harpoon gun. And that attaches on with a clip. Talked about our fishing rod also as an antenna, and then that goes on here. Already starting to get pretty tall, but I think that's about as tall as this build is going to get, so that's good to know. little barrel, I guess, for some details here. Like how it's got the you know, red, green, and white color scheme, kind of like octane. Although they're not specifically saying that octane exists in the Monkey Kid universe, they're implying it. I'm not sure exactly what we're building right here, but something that's going to have some sort of feature to it. It's on a turntable. We're adding some quick hinge pieces to it. Turns, and then it's gone up here. I'm curious. No, so the spacing isn't right for it to attach to our Monkey Kid mech. Oh, it looks like a crane is going to go on there, which we will be building next. Not sure if this is a new or fairly new piece or not. If it has been in existence before, it's probably been from like city sets, which I don't normally build too much, so it would make sense that I've missed it. Oh, gotta put a sticker on our crane. This one looks like it's kind of graffiti again, and it says Orange RD, and then it has some sort of drawing on it. Sure what that is specifically a reference to. I also have not had a chance yet to watch the Monkey Kid show at all. I'm not sure if it's even started filming in the US, or not filming, airing in the US or not. That's interesting. So this is definitely a new part for me. So there is this ridge in here, which acts when we put this in to kind of keep it from coming out. So it somehow makes it so it kind of snaps into different positions. Now also the end of the beam lines up with this hole here, so we could put a Technic axle in there and then keep it from coming out all together. I'm not sure if that is quite the intent or not. Alright, and then with the click hinges, it snaps on here, so it can go up and down. And then the hook. It's interesting that it's connecting to a Mixel socket, which means it's not going to, you know, be very wobbly, as you kind of might expect it to be. And it attaches on there. So now this can go up, and it can spin around. Alright, now looks like we're on to the last part of bag 5. I'm building 2 of them, whatever they are. A lot of Technic construction here, at least to kick things off. And it looks like this is going to kind of have some big control panels, control screens or something on it that are going to be at Sandy's height, so Sandy is able to read them. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with, like I said, I haven't seen the show or anything, so you know, maybe Sandy is like their tech person. Mastermind behind all their computer stuff. Dump out all of our extra parts. Got some stickers to apply. Sorry about that pop there, but it is a funny sticker for sure. I mentioned we're looking at the front of the, or at the some of the shots on the box about Monkey Kid playing video games. Looks like he is not the only one. Someone here is playing some Tetris. Other side looks like a much more serious control panel. Some switches and gauges. Little display at the bottom there. Yes, those some retention on there. And then so those are at like the perfect height for Sandy here to be able to read and manipulate them. We need to figure out a spot for his axe then. Alright, and that is it for instruction book 2. We got some nice artwork here. All the characters and their kind of animation style. And then all the sets. 8 sets so far. And you can still win if you give your feedback. Alright. Moving on to book 3. One of the nicely bound ones. And this is going to take us from bag 6 all the way through bag 11, and it looks like pretty much the entire port half of the boat. For those of you not familiar with nautical terms, that is the left half of the boat. And yeah, as you can see, my complaints there with the bound instruction books is that they like to try to close on you. It's much harder to get the pages to stay all the way open. Lots of big parts here. I see lots of big plates and some Technic bricks. An extra tray for all the parts we've got. Oh, I see this guy for a six shooter, stud repeater, whatever you want to call it. Alright, I'm gonna have to sort through this bag a little bit and take out some of the big parts that I'm never gonna be able to find. The small ones. Alright, that should be good. I think we'll probably be doing our next giveaway at the end of bag 6 here. Also probably take a quick break as well. Busting out all the Technic bits right off the bat, as I think we've all mostly come to expect on any sort of larger Lego set. I think that's kind of become the Lego designers' go-to. It's using these Technic frames and Technic bricks to give things a really sturdy foundation. Hey there, Yadno. Welcome. Oh, now we combine these two portions. Yeah, I feel like it's been a little while since you last joined us there. Definitely good to have you back. The streams moved to Twitch because YouTube had their whole change in policy about kid content, and even though I feel like most of the people who watch our streams are probably adults, or close to it, you know, anything that is for kids has to be marked as such, and then for streams and videos, they can't have any comments on them. So if we continue to stream on YouTube, sorry, I might have been saying Twitch there, I meant YouTube. If we continue to stream on YouTube, it would mean that you would not be able to comment on the stream. And that kind of would suck to not be able to talk to you guys while we stream. Next two sections getting attached. So yeah, we have quite the assembly here. To cover the bottom with 15 of the boat studs. Yeah, I guess I have not been following all the YouTube stuff too closely. I know we pretty much chose to self-indicate all of our stuff as for kids, because we figured if we did not, YouTube would do it for us. Since, again, they're Lego videos. So I've not looked to going back to changing some things to not be marked as for kids, because I feel like if we didn't, YouTube would come along at some point and be like, nope, this is for kids, bye. Not bye as in they'd kick us off, but bye as in they would disable comments and ads and all that fun stuff. Yeah, I guess for me, at the end of the day, right, we had already been streaming on Twitch for our Twitch Tuesday streams. So to some degree, this is just kind of bring everything under one roof. All of our streams are now on Twitch. Don't have to worry about going back and forth. So. Oh, you know, just dealing with a pandemic. But all things considered, I can't really complain with how things have been for me. Been predominantly working from home. So I'm fortunate enough to be able to do that. I know not everyone has been able to. So definitely counting my blessings there. Definitely have been starting to go a bit stir crazy though. Missing all the LEGO conventions that have all been getting canceled. I'm looking forward to someday being able to go back to them. But really, any kind of vacation at this point would be nice. How about you, Dylan? How have you been? Not sure if this Technic beam is new in teal. Peas isn't new, but I'm not sure if this is the first time we've seen it in teal or not. Yeah, I mean, I completely understand all the rationale behind canceling all the conventions and closing everything down. And everyone should definitely do their best to be safe. You know, socially distance, wear a mask, all that. I'm all for that. I just very hopeful that we're able to get through it and come out on the other side sooner than later. But if people aren't wearing masks and aren't taking proper safety precautions, it's going to take longer. So definitely do that so we can all get back to living normal lives. I was reading an article today that some colleges have decided to go back to in-person classes for the fall semester, which has already started. And they've been suspending students who have not been following their guidelines, so kind of glad to see that. I mean, it sucks for someone to get suspended, but hey, if your college is making the rules, you should be following them. So you've got our stud shooter here in yellow, so adding a nice little play feature in. Any good shows that you've been watching recently? There's not been a lot of new stuff on, unfortunately. So I'm always looking for suggestions. I wouldn't say I watch a huge amount of TV, but like when I start a show, I definitely try to go through it all. So I'm always open to new suggestions. All right, so this is kind of an interesting mechanism here. I'll show off on the main camera. So we've actually have a little gearbox in here for the stud shooter. So it's going to be controlled from the top, which is not something you normally see. Normally it's either directly from the back or it's from the side. Now, usually it's the top. So it's kind of cool. Oh, and we're almost on bag 6. All right. So like I said before, we're gonna take a quick little break here and then do our giveaway. So once I get this attached, so it's a little wobbly, but we'll show that off in a sec. And then we're going to take a break. We'll put up the giveaway link and then do a giveaway when we come back. All right, so going on to put up the giveaway link on the main camera. So yeah, here's what we've got in bag 6. Already starting to get quite large there. So I think this is probably supposed to be some sort of pop-out feature. Oh, I did not get the axle to attach on both sides. That's slightly problematic. There we go. That gives it some more friction, so that's good. So yeah, I guess it's going to be like kind of hidden down perhaps, and then it'll be able to pop out the back. Like maybe there'll be some sort of panel back here that'll kind of poke over. So it's kind of cool. All right, anyway, like I said, take a quick break, gonna go on mute, and when we come back, we will pick our next giveaway winner. So see you in a couple minutes. All right, back here. So let's go ahead and open up bag 7 and we'll pick our winner. That is quite a lot that you've been watching there, Dylan. I've already seen all of the Star Wars series, including the Freemaker Adventures. Definitely agree that Clone Wars and Rebels were pretty top-notch. So definitely good choices there. I should go and watch some of the Marvel animated content that they've got on like Disney Plus and stuff. Alright, let's see who our next winner will be. Helio, congrats, you won a LEGO Movie 2 collectible minifig. So when you send us email with your address for shipping it to you, make sure you tell us like your top couple choices as well, and we'll do our best to accommodate. Yeah, I know I've been going back and watching some older TV shows as well. Nothing animated yet, but I am hoping, I think one of the next shows I'm going to watch is going to be Avatar: The Last Airbender, which I never watched, but you know, obviously everyone rants and raves about, and loving Clone Wars and Star Wars Rebels, you know, Dave Filoni had a lot to do with Avatar, so looking forward to kind of seeing his influence on that. And then, of course, after that would be Legend of Korra, just to complete the series there. Did get Disney Plus when that launched, you know, for stuff like The Mandalorian. I know it has like the old 90s animated comic book series, like the old X-Men and stuff like that. And you know, I grew up on that stuff, so I would not be opposed to watching that again. And then get into some of the newer stuff, like what you're talking about, the Spectacular Spider-Man and everything that I never watched. I assume it's on Disney Plus, like so much of the other Marvel animated things are. One animated show I have been watching recently is the new Star Trek animated series Lower Decks, which as we were talking about, we've been talking a little bit on the BZPower Discord server. Not necessarily targeted at kids. I think it's definitely targeted at people nostalgic for the next generation, for Star Trek The Next Generation, like people who grew up in the 80s and early 90s when Next Generation was on the air and want to revisit that era of Star Trek. You know, it definitely has a lot of comedic elements to it, but it's more adult humor, I would say. It's not that kids can't watch it, but you know, if you don't think kids should be watching like The Simpsons and Futurama, then probably should stay away from Star Trek Lower Decks. Yeah, it's definitely interesting some of the holes that Disney Plus has in its content catalog. And I heard, like, you know, the new X-Men movie New Mutants finally came out, and that's going to be on like HBO before it goes on to Disney Plus, which is odd. So it's kind of interesting. We'll show this off on the main camera. So you've got these hinge bricks, and they're built up a little bit underneath with one of those long 1x8 plates with a track and then a tile, so that when we tilt down, it only goes down a certain amount there at a slight angle. And we're using those. And then apparently, oh, there we go. I skipped the step with the snot bricks. Like, how are those attaching then? And so yes, we're going to use these to kind of start building the side of the boat hull. here. So you can kind of see then from the sides, giving a nice curved aspect to it. Yeah, this isn't really original series territory. Yeah, it's kind of next generation. So Captain Picard versus Captain Kirk. Although there's definitely a lot of references in the show, just to different eras of Star Trek. You know, obviously, since I forget exactly how all the timeline works. I hope if I put that the right way. But like generally speaking, because of where it is in the timeline, I guess Voyager is like still happening. You know, they're still like stuck in the Delta Quadrant, or it hasn't happened yet, so there's not too many Voyager references necessarily. But there are some Next Generation references. Sorry, I was trying to make sure I have all this lined up. Yeah. Next Generation, even some Enterprise references, original series. The most recent episode even had a Deep Space Nine reference in it. So, if you are a Star Trek fan, I know you said you weren't, Dylan, so understand if you wouldn't be into it. But if you are a Star Trek fan, then I think you would enjoy Lower Decks. Yeah, I mean, I think Monkey Kid definitely has a lot of that, you know, early Ninjago or Legend of Chima vibe to it. It's kind of like got that heavy storyline aspect. Of course, this one is more catering to the Chinese market, but I think, you know, anyone can enjoy it. So yeah, it's got that very heavy story focus to it, and you know, just a lot of fun and entertaining kind of things. Yeah, I feel like Star Trek has found its home on CBS All Access, where they're doing all the new shows and stuff. And I think if it continues to do well, we could probably expect to see some more movies and stuff. I think the last movie they did just did not do very well at the box office, or as well as they wanted it to, so they've kind of gone back to refocus on the streaming platform. And while that may not be for everyone, I think it's working out fairly well for Star Trek fans, because Discovery has been pretty great. That's one, if you're a fan of the original series, you'll love Discovery. There's definitely a lot of good references and stuff in there. Yeah, right, they totally should have made Monkey Kid Construction tie-in sets. Oh, it would have been so nice. Maybe someday. Alright, getting some nice kind of repetitive motifs along the side here. Oh, this one's a little different. We'll see how that ties into things. Oh, so we got a couple of chain pieces that are in metallic silver. There we go. As opposed to light gray, as I feel like they normally are. It's kind of cool to get that in a nice color like the silver. Using those things I was putting out before to attach kind of sideboard here to build up the sides of our boat hull, except I have it off by a stud. There we go. It's definitely an interesting color scheme, the azure with the dark green. It's not like a huge amount of contrast, but it's just a little bit. Oh, so that's kind of neat. So we've got some tires here that we are attaching or kind of looping on those chains. And we're using that to attach then we're attaching the chains to the top. So the tires are just kind of hanging off. Show it off up here. Right, so like you'd see on a boat in a port, so that, you know, when they bump up against the side of another boat, they don't do any damage. See you later, Dylan. Thanks for joining us. Glad you could stop by. But yeah, it's definitely, like, it's not like kids don't like action figures anymore, right? So why couldn't there be a new construction theme? Like, why does LEGO think that there's no market in it? Is it because of how the Star Wars buildable figures failed? Even though they had, you know, other Star Wars, you know, there's other Star Wars action figures out there, but if it was something original that kids could only get as a LEGO set, then that might be something they'd be more interested in looking into. Alright, so I've got these lovely Technic panels here. I have to put a sticker on one of them. And as you can see here, we put a Technic pin and stud on. We're actually going to take a bar piece and insert that through here to hold them together and in line. That's also going to help us attach it to the main part of the boat. But we're going to put the sticker on first before we do that. is an interesting one because it's like there's no right way to orient it. It's just kind of slapped on there, kind of in the middle. This one's got the cat that is featured in this set and some sort of Chinese character underneath it. Alright, and then we've got these Technic pinholes here that this attaches to. Oh, I gotta lock it in place apparently. Awesome, I'm glad that people are liking the dual camera setup. That's what I was hoping for. Alright, and so that bar that I mentioned before, we've got these couple of battle droid arms here. So this swings over and we can line them up and that pops in. And so you can see that that now holds that at a pretty good angle, and it's fairly sturdy. It's not going anywhere there. There's like a little bit of a gap here, but I definitely like that versus using, you know, a normal boat hull piece. And if they did use a normal boat hull piece, they wouldn't be able to get the nice dual colors, right? They'd have to take that large boat hull piece that I'm sure is very expensive to make and mold it in new colors, which costs a lot. Instead, they're using existing pieces and making something that's a lot more fun. And I mean, yeah, 170 bucks for this set is definitely a lot, but it's almost 2,000 parts. So I mean, you do have to kind of look at it in that perspective. Like this, I feel like it's almost like a D2C set at that point, right? Like a Ninjago Temple of Air-Jitsu level set. Although this is still definitely more targeted at kids in playability than a display piece like Air-Jitsu or Ninjago City. But with just like the amount of detail and stuff that's in here, it almost feels like it could be justified like that. But no, I definitely agree that when these sets first were announced, I was kind of flabbergasted at all the prices and how few the kind of entry-level price points there are. Right, it starts like I feel like the least expensive set was like 30 bucks or something like that, and only goes up from there. So yeah, definitely would have liked to see more entry-level price points. You know, I think overall, like on average, the Monkey Kid theme is expensive. Not that the sets aren't necessarily worth it, and you know, we'll see how I think once I'm done building the set, but at least from a pure price per part perspective, you know, it definitely seems like it's a decent value. And I mean, so far this build has been pretty great. You know, no complaints as of yet. So yeah, I guess this is the difference between being expensive and being overpriced, right? I won't disagree that it is expensive, but I don't think that it is overpriced. Like I've so far, and from all the sets I've seen, and from building this one, and we've got some more that we'll be building in future streams. Like they all seem like they're fantastic sets. They're just expensive. Like there are certainly some sets out there that I will call out as seeming overpriced. Like what was a good example recently? Like a lot of the Mario sets, you know, obviously the starter set has got that expensive Mario brick in it, which is going to add to the cost. But like, you know, just in general, those things seem very expensive and overpriced for what you get, especially if you're not going to be playing the game nonstop, which I don't think most people are going to be doing. So. Or like the Ideas piano, I think, is getting close to that line as well of being overpriced. Like, it is a big looking set. I have not had the chance to build it yet, but it is very expensive, and there's like, I'm just not sure if that one is going to be worth it. But maybe if you're into to music or play the piano, then it'll be more worth it for you. Alright, so we're starting to work on a new sub-assembly, so we'll push that out of the way. So it looks like we're building something that's going to have some sort of movement here. Potentially like an elevator or something that's going to go in there and then come up somehow. Have to wait and see how this comes together. When you say overvalued, do you mean like initially, or what the prices currently are on the secondary market? Because I think when they came out, I was definitely in the opinion that they were rather overpriced for what you got. Yes. The cost of those canister sets compared to earlier ones was quite a lot more, and while they were certainly bigger, I don't know that they were necessarily better. Although I can't say that I have revisited any of those sets in a long time to kind of compare how my feelings from back then are to current perspective. So we've got a trapdoor piece here that is going in. Although it is kind of interesting, because we put that handle piece here, the trapdoor cannot go all the way down. So I guess it's more of a hatch, so you can open it to go down. So not as much of a trap door, but it'll be a hatch that you can open. Although that might debunk my elevator theory. Alright, let's bring this back over here. And see, this just looks like it goes on and just attaches there. So moving over to the big camera. Hit the crane there. So I think what we're going to end up getting is that this is going to be some sort of door on the side here, or maybe a lift. This really is starting to look like half of a boat here. And somehow, I believe it's going to attach to this. Let's get rid of our picture-in-picture for a sec. So yeah, you can see that once that kind of goes together, it's starting to look rather boat-shaped, and our little stud shooter is going to pop out of the front. Actually, we're building right here with these two lightsaber bars and some Technic pieces to hold them together. And that's going there. Because I believe what's going to be the hinge that connects it to this guy over here. But yeah, I think it's definitely going to be easier for the time being to leave them disconnected, just since we're still moving things around. I put that one stood off. Something. There we go. Okay. Something seems off. Yes, I have something off by one stud. Fantastic. Alright, so it looks like this. It's got to move down. Line up there. Brick separator to the rescue. That needs to attach there. And there. Alright, see you later, Dollar. Hope the lecture goes well. Alright, now put in some tools. Adding some little details, like a little mechanics area down here. It's kind of odd that I thought today was a holiday for everyone in the U.S. Well, for most, maybe not for like retail, but for most schools, I would have assumed it was. So it's kind of a bummer. Oh, and we're building a toilet right here. It's always interesting when Lego decides to add fun little details like that to their sets. There we go. One toilet. And then right next to it, we've got a sink. In case we weren't sure that this was a bathroom, about to make the bathroom door. I think I showed off this sticker at the beginning. I think it's a pretty awesome sticker. I definitely appreciate Lego for doing it. Let's try to line that up good. So not only is it a unisex washroom, but it's also open for cats. We'll put it up on the big camera so everyone can see that sticker. Men, women, cats, and everyone in between. Alright, that is it for bag 8. Now we are not even halfway through here. I think this set's going to take a lot longer than I was anticipating. Either I just have to step up the pace. Maybe this wasn't the best set to test out having a dual camera setup on. I am curious about this bathroom. If having a cat on the side means we're going to be putting a litter box in there. That would certainly be a new one. I feel like I've definitely built toilets in Lego sets before. I don't know that I've ever built a litter box. Although I'm about to be able to say that I've built a plunger. So yeah, I'm pretty sure on the left that's supposed to be a plunger. Not sure what the Exoforce hand on the right is supposed to be. I think I'm about to build a litter box. Oh, that's probably what the Exoforce hand is supposed to be. It's the poop scoop for the litter box. Alright, before we close this off. There you go. One cat litter box in the bathroom. Oh, Lego set designers. You are crazy sometimes. Like, I super appreciate the attention to detail. But I feel like at some point, like there's some point where you're taking it too far. A little neon light in the bathroom as well. Looks like we're adding some details here, so I'm gonna. It's supposed to be. Okay, now this is gonna be the bedroom here. I was thinking it was just some kind of like generic cargo or something, but it's actually gonna be the furniture, it would seem. So I think we're using the gold ingot piece in black. That's supposed to be like the TV remote. Got a coffee cup. Get to make TV, which of course is going to need a nice sticker. Nice, of course, depending on your feelings on the matter. It looks like, based on the box, Monkey Kid's been playing some video games on the TV and has just died. It needs to try again. Looks like it's supposed to be some sort of like Missile Command or Space Invaders type game. Kind of funny that, like, I feel like a lot of times they go with these really like kind of classic arcade games, like, you know, there's a Tetris reference and stuff like that. Maybe because they're more blocky. I think it'd be fun to have something like a little more recent, especially if it was something they had a license for. Like, where is the Overwatch? Right? Why can't they be playing Overwatch on here? Nice comfy looking chair for them to play their games in. It's a cool little design. Show that off there. I do like how they added in like little gaps on the side. Gives it a nice touch. Time for another sticker. This is a big one. Got all these like 1x2x6 bricks. It covers pretty much the entire brick, which makes it easier to line up. Go. 9, looks like it's got some sort of map on there and then like a vent. Maybe not a map, just some sort of like advertisement or flyer. Alright, and then gotta spin this around. So we are using these blue textured panels. And I think the idea is that we're making this look like it is a shipping container on the boat. So we've got, based on the artwork on the front, we're going to have several different colors of shipping container. And inside of those containers is going to be their secret HQ, including their game room and their bathroom. Just about done with bag 9. Not going to be doing a giveaway after this one. We're going to dive right into bag 10. And this one looks like we're going to flesh out the bedroom a little more, so it shouldn't take too long. Oh, we're also going to need our hammock piece from over here. It's more of a like a flexible net piece. It's probably been used in like some city or friend sets or something like that. Sets that I have not built. Not that they're bad sets, just not ones that really mesh with what you guys want to see. We ask you what you're looking for, you tell us, and that's what we build. Still looking forward to whatever mechanism we do to fill in the front part here. I think we're using this elbow piece as like a railing here for these stairs that we're building. Stairs kind of to nowhere because we have not built out this piece yet. Oh, I just noticed our cat is here. I like how he's got like the same color scheme as Sandy. He's got that nice mohawk from Lego Movie 2 and orange spike collar. Some nice stripes. Very realistic looking cat. See teal cats all the time. Oh, this looks like this is, we're making a cat flap now. So not only does this have us building a litter box, also has us building a cat flap. Which needs a sticker. Kind of to let you know that it is in fact a cat flap. So there is our cat flap sticker with the paw. Helps you know what it is. And that is going here. There we go. And you can see that can swing pretty easily there. Looks like we're starting to wind down on bag, what are we on, 10 here? So once we finish 10, we will do another giveaway. So once I finish this part, which is a nice little frame that we're making, I'm just gonna kind of give the blue shipping container like a nice facade here. So attaching on a bunch of snot bricks kind of gives it some nice shaping. Alright, now we're turning back to the inside. And now suddenly all these little white bars and stuff we've been putting in make sense, because that is what we're using to attach our hammock. Which, very good thing that it's flexible. Kind of takes up a lot of space there. Makes it a little harder to access the little details of the inside, but still really a cool detail. And it is big enough that Sandy can take a nap in there and munch on his fish. I still don't know why the fish was a thing. But I guess if I watch the show, maybe I will get it. Alright. And I think the last thing it looks like we're building here is like a cat fort or something, a cat house. So we're going to put up the giveaway link, which means for now we're losing the picture-in-picture. We'll try to fix that for future streams. So this is a pretty adorable little cat fort here. Cat house, whatever you want to call it. So yeah, nice and simple, but you can definitely see it's got like the slots for them to climb in, and I'm guessing that gold tile is supposed to be like a little scratcher, and they have us putting our cat. I'm not sure what the cat's name is. Call him Sandy Jr. And that goes right on top of the bathroom, oddly enough. But yeah, I think this half of the boat is getting pretty close. Looks like bag 11 will more or less wrap up most of it. Speaking of bag 11, we're going to open that up. And then we're going to do our next giveaway. Looks like we're gonna build the part that covers up that stud cheater too in bag 11, so I'm looking forward to that. Alright. So taking off the giveaway link for now and picking our next winner. Box Commander, congratulations. You've won a LEGO Movie 2 collectible minifigure. So yeah, we'll be sending you an email when you send us your address. Let us know like your top 3 choices of figures, and we'll do our best to accommodate based on what we still have available. Got some Technic panels coming together here. Lots of Technic to start out this section of the build. Sticker to go on. This looks like a reference to the Demon Bull King. So a caution, monsters may rise up out of the ocean. This is kind of an interesting thing, right? We're putting these pins with the studs on them in here. I wonder like what the design requirements are as far as how many of these you need to put in. Like technically, with what we're about to build, you only really need 2 of them to build something that would attach and not, you know, wobble. So why put 4 and not just 2 or even 3? I skipped that part. Nope. Yep, there it was. Alright, so like, why do you really need 4 attachment points there? Like, I'm not complaining because it makes it like a little extra sturdier. Maybe it's because of how long it is. If there's only something like 4 or 6 modules wide, 2 would be fine. Alright. Ah, in the moment of truth. This is attaching to this assembly we made way back when. And so now you can see that that slides down into place. Move this up to the big camera. Oh, Sandy Jr., stay over there. Alright, so got our side of the boat here. And that can now lift up, providing a secret opening into the inside of the ship. So it's a cool little technique. Using lots of technique. Alright, I've built a little air conditioner unit here. Gotta keep things cool in the bedroom. And I like that we are using a roller coaster track piece. First off, I like that it is in teal. And it looks like we're using it as a ladder, which is also pretty cool. That is attaching on here. Alright, I think maybe we're going to be making the front deck portion for right here. That I guess is going to be able to pop up somehow so that stud sheeter can come out. Yep, so this is our red 2x2 round tile there. Lines up with our Technic axle, and that attaches on here. So now that can go down like almost, well, actually pretty much almost exactly flush because of the piece with the rail on here goes over the 1x2 Chi-slips. And then you'll be able to pop it out. Then we're using a big tire rim. It's kind of like a smokestack or something, I guess. That you'll be able to use one as a handle and then also to spin it to fire the stud sheeter. apparently we're putting a crab on here. So you're just going to spin the crab to shoot it. I don't know how practical that will be. It's also kind of interesting that they haven't given us any ammunition for the stud shooter yet either. Like obviously most people have plenty of 1x1 round plates if they want to load it up and test it out, but odd that, you know, we built that thing several bags ago. Oh, I got some stickers going on these 2x4 curve slopes. Both identical on kind of caddy corner or diagonal from each other. We'll show off the stickers in a sec here. There we go. So yeah, kind of like some slightly rusted plating, patchworked, held together, and that's going on these cheese slopes here. Just gonna make sure I line up everything. Not cheese slopes, sorry, snot brackets. There are cheese slopes above the snot brackets that make this gap work. There we go. And now you can't even see the stud shooter until it pops out at you. That's a fun little function there. Alright, now just some details it looks like going on the deck. Some little warning cones. Caution, slippery when wet. And another sticker. Guess it's like a box of ramen or something from the pig character. I believe owns a restaurant. That's not a stereotype. There we go. Pig with a bowl of ramen, some Chinese characters I do not understand. That goes on top of there. Oh, and now we connect the two halves. All right, we're gonna turn off the picture-in-picture so we can focus on that. So yeah, we've got these 1x1 by like 3 or however many bricks here with the clips on them. And so that is going to clip onto here. And now it just kind of combines fairly easily. So it looks a little messy from the back here. From the side it looks great though. And then from here on the inside, you can sort of see a boat come together, and then this can easily fold out, and because of the way the hinge is designed, you know, kind of has some good posability there, so you can kind of just fold out the entire thing, and then you have like a whole playset in here to work with. crane does get a little bit in the way. I can fold it up. All right, and that is it for book number 3. So time to move on to book number 4 of 5. I think that means we're in the home stretch. I'm guessing that means we're going to be building, since we combine these two, we're going to be building this side of the ship now. Which is going to have the red and yellow cargo containers and take us most of the way through the rest of these bags here. Alright, so let's open up bag 12. I think we're going to have to move some stuff around a little bit. Because most of what we're doing is not going to be connecting, or I think all of what we're doing is not going to be connecting to this. Alright, so bags open. So move these guys out here. Move that back there. Alright, and turn the picture back on. I've got like a wide open space here. Put some minifigs in here to liven it up. Alright, take out some of these big parts. So this looks like it's going to be very similar to building the first part of building the port side. Now we're building the starboard. But of course, once we get into the interior, I'm sure it's going to be very, very different. Yeah, definitely very similar to the other side so far. In fact, other than being mirrored, I'm not sure that I've really noticed any differences. Well, I think this is definitely one. We didn't have this big plate on the other side, so that's something. Alright. That was pretty quick work on bag 12 there. Moving on to bag 13. Take out some of these big pieces again. Now we get to do those siding parts with the 2x4 curve slopes like we've done on the other side, except there's no little I guess exhaust pipe on the sides, so they're all going to be identical. So we get to make 3 of these. Guess that is the disadvantage of building a boat here, is that generally speaking, boats have a good amount of symmetry to them. One side is going to be pretty similar to the other, so that means that it gets a little repetitive, a little samey. And all those techniques that were really cool on the first side kind of just, get a little repetitive when you do it a second time. Hopefully I don't mess up the spacing on these things this time, though. Hopefully I've at least learned something from doing it twice. Alright, looks like I didn't mess it up that time. Go me. Looks like we get to do the neat little tire trick again. Up properly the first time now. There we go. See, it's okay to make mistakes as long as you learn from them. Time for little battle dread arms. Be used to attach those Technic panels in a little bit. In fact, that is what we are doing now. battle droid arms. Wonderful. Look at that. Such lovely curves. Alright, that's it for 13. On to 14. We'll do our next giveaway after 14 here. Oh, we get another minifigure in bag 14. I believe his name is like Mr. Pigsy or something. No, just Pigsy. No Mr. Need another tray though for some parts. And it looks like you start out by making a little boat for him. Maybe that's how that box of presumably noodles made it onto the ship. And it looks like he shoots a sausage gun. I'm gonna assume it's a sausage gun. If only because just the idea of a pig shooting a sausage gun is like utterly ridiculous. And I love it. Alright, we're going to start with the minifigure here of Pigsy, who has got some short legs. First appeared in the newer Harry Potter sets. So these are like the middle length legs that do move. He does have some nice printing on those legs. And printing on his shirt. Nice headpiece, custom. Does have a stud on it, which is handy. And he's got his logo on the back of his vest and some silverware. And that stud on the top, like a normal minifigure, is nice because he can wear a normal minifig headgear like the chef hat. And then just gotta get him his weapons. So here is one of his weapons. You know, it's a normal stud shooter, but it's got a red stud on it and a hot dog coming out of the back. Now I guess, you know, it certainly depends on what sort of hot dogs you get. It could be beef or pork, or, you know, I guess something else. Beef or pork I think are the two main common ones, but if it's pork, it's literally he's shooting sausage and he is a pig. If it's beef, I guess he's then shooting beef at the demon bulls, which has also kind of got its own weird issues there. So I'm really not sure what to make of him and his blaster there. Actually gonna push these guys back a little bit because I think after we've built his sausage gun, we're going to build him a little boat as well. I don't know, am I like just completely going off the rails with that assumption? I think I'm not. Why would there be a hot dog coming out the back and then color match to the front if that's not what it was? do like that he's got a little steering wheel there that's actually attached with an Exoforce hand. It's a cute little technique. Oh, and we actually have some 1x1 plates that are printed. So if you can see on the side there, it's got like a little like frowny face almost. But it looks like, if we're starting to look at the front of the boat here, that 1x2 rounded plate kind of looks like the nose, and now sort of a frowny face, those those frowny faces are like happy eyes. So yeah, we're kind of building, I knew it was a pig themed boat, but I didn't quite realize that it had a pig face in it. And then yeah, we're using these 1x1 quarter circle tiles as the ears. So yeah, that's definitely a happy pig face. The clips on the side are used to hold his sausage gun, and I'm not sure why his pitchfork is red. It's cool to get the pitchfork in red. I didn't comment on that before, but that's probably a new color for it. Or at least the first time we've seen it in that color in a long time. And yeah, so Pigsy has his cute little pig boat. It's like more like a pig jet ski, I guess, based on how small it is, but it does have a windshield. I don't think he can quite sit down behind it because of the short legs. No, alright, yeah, you can get him in there. I think he looks better. They show in the directions it looks like he's standing, but I think it looks better if he's sitting, although he can't really see through the windshield then. Alright, that was a nice little distraction from our big boat, building a little boat. But let's dive back in. So you can see we've got some bright red coming in. That's going to be part of the red shipping container. Oh, apparently I need to go back and to get some of those tools from before to finish up the workbench here, workshop. Good thing I kept those handy. Some more tools in there. All right, so now I've got to do the hatch part on this side. Looks like it's going to be pretty similar to the other. Building the little trap door to go down below, and some Technic beams, so that eventually we can build the outside and it can fold up for access. I'll definitely say I'm a little surprised at how long this set is taking to build here. Like, I knew it was a big set, you know, almost 2,000 parts, but compared to how long it usually takes for like a Creator Expert set that I build on I guess somewhat regular basis, I'd say it's actually taking like a little longer to a comparably sized Creator Expert set. So I'd say in general that is going to be something in this set's favor. Just how complex it is. That said, I was hoping to be about done by, not quite yet, but maybe by 5 p.m. Eastern. So now I'm like, So it seems like I'm building a little faster and talking less, that's why. I don't want this to take forever and ever. Alright, so we've got our other trap door here for the starboard side of the ship. That pops on. Maybe. Oh. Make sure it's securely fastened, just because I want to be done. Does not mean I want it to be done badly. It's not saying I'm not enjoying myself. Just something about sitting and building Lego without being able to get up and stretch much for 4+ hours. That when you're old like me, it just starts killing your back. Back in my day. hinge for when we someday connect it to the other parts of the ship. And that part where you realize that you put this brick facing backwards and it needs to be facing outwards and not inwards. And it is held in place by Technic parts, so it cannot just pop apart. That's what happens when you try to build fast and not right. Okay, let's see if we can get this all back together. It is the nice thing, at least, since it's Lego, is that can easily fix any mistakes you make. Alright, you pop that panel off. Line everything back up again. There we go. Having the boat studs on the bottom definitely makes it easier to spin around. Hopefully this time my stairs line up. Hey, look at that. Did it right this time. Oh, alright, we're almost done. I think I said we were going to do a giveaway after bag 14, so let's put that link back up. Spin this around so you can see on the main camera a little bit. Alright, that is it for 14. So we will go ahead and open bag 15 and pick our winner. A very red bag. Clearly going to be focusing on that red cargo container. Alright. Hopefully that was enough time for everyone to enter. Congratulations to Brickus. You have won a LEGO Movie 2 collectible minifig. You know the drill, Brickus. Give us your top few ones you're interested in. We'll do our best to accommodate. The problem with building a boat is eventually it gets to be about as unwieldy as a boat to assemble. Lots of red snot bricks that we're making use of here. Probably it's going to be fairly similar to the blue cargo crate where you kind of make a frame around the front at some point. On to the interior, which is currently pretty empty. Calling the last side, we made like the bathroom and the bedroom. So I'll have to see what is going in on this side. Looks like, at least to start, we might be making the engine room. Dark gray unprinted astromech body. Yeah, so it looks like this is kind of supposed to be like the boiler or something. It's going in the corner. Putting another barrel that looks like it's from the Octane Corporation. It's got those distinctive color schemes. Just no logo on it. I feel like that's the kind of thing, you know, that the designers put in as a little Easter egg to AFOLs or their long-time LEGO fans that, you know, the kids aren't going to get. But those of us who, you know, really know our LEGO sets or know our LEGO history or just are old and were alive back then will get that. Oh, gotta put a big sticker on this panel here, and it's always going to be annoying. This looks like it is some sort of like technical readout of the Monkey Kid mech. I guess it wasn't too bad to put on there. But yeah, you can see like the overall mech and then like a little close-up shot with some different readouts and stuff like that. And we need some details on the top. And that goes in here. Some more clips. We're gonna need the rest of those tools that I haven't used yet. Yep. Guess I should not have been so quick to dump them all in the extra parts bin. There's even a little call out in the instructions like, hey, remember those parts from bag 8? Well, you're on bag 14 now, but you need them. Alright, let's dig them out. We got our hammer, power drill, maybe our screwdriver. I think that was all of them. Alright. Workshop is now fully equipped to repair the mech and anything else that comes along. Looks like we're speeding our way through bag 15 here. like a grating that we're building that looks like it's going to be possibly the front over here. So actually there's not going to be a doorway into the red container from the front. Like there's the cat flap on the blue one. But you will still be able to see in if you're really looking at it. Yes, there is our front for the red container that attaches to all of our snot. It's a little tricky to get in there. There we go, we kind of have to slide it in. Make sure you can really attach it to all the different snot bricks there. For some reason it doesn't seem to want to connect. Try to attach. It's like something not lined up properly. Seems like it should be fine. There we go. Alright, and that appears to be it for bag 15. So bag 16, we're going to start building the yellow cargo container up there. Alright, camera, gotta tweak you a little bit since we're going up. Lots of flipping back and forth here. Outside, inside, outside, inside. So I guess we're making the red and yellow hollow enough so that the mech will be able to fit in here eventually. I think is the idea, at least. too tall up here. Thanks to like the panels and the big basic brick pieces, it's certainly coming together quickly at this point. Like little details here, like little exhaust. Now adding a little horn. I think that's supposed to be like a foghorn maybe, or just like a valve shut off. Got another sticker. What number is that? Number 3. There it is. Looks like it's some sort of banner on a white 2x4 tile. I cannot read. I wonder if someone out there has come up with like the translations for all these sets. Anyway, there it is. Nice little design. And that goes on the inside here, like so. Flipping back around, back to the outside. Got to put our air conditioning unit in for here, like we did on the blue container. Whoever figured out using this turntable piece as an air conditioning vent, they're right on the money with that one. Like how we've got the, I believe it was what, the Unikitty minifig stands. And that is going on the front here. I think that's supposed to actually like be smoke coming out perhaps. Because as you can see, we've got like this pipe here where we put this little 1x1 curved brick, and that kind of blends perfectly into the little cloud minifig stand. So that's a really cool design. Alright, a couple more stickers here on some traffic signs. I think I'm probably better off putting them on this ladder first so I don't mess up the orientation of them. This one looks like it's like Hazard, Cthulhu coming. Cthulhu zone, Cthulhu warning. That didn't go on very well. It's the problem with putting a sticker with a red edge on a light gray piece, is that if you don't get that alignment right, it really shows off. And then the second one is like no demon bull kings allowed. There you go. I like those designs, those are pretty neat. Probably fit in quite well with the story. And that goes on the side here. Alright, now we're back to some Technic to fill in the side here. This looks like this is the last part for bag 16. Alright, attach this panel here. I'm going to line up the Technic pins. There we go, and that slides down just like on the other side. Alright, now I get to attach it to the main boat. And then it clips together, by pushing on the air conditioner units. And then we move on to the final bag. Alright. Let's get these parts out of the way. We're going to go to just the main camera view. Excuse me, Monkey Kid mech. Excuse me, unstable Monkey Kid mech. Come on, stand up. There we go. Alright, so similar to the other side, we've got our little Technic hinge assembly. There we go. And then that folds in. And then on the front here, you can probably see sticking out, there's a little 1x2 brick with a bar, and there's an inset clip right in here, so that when like they show on the instructions, you push on the air conditioning units, and in theory, there we go, nice satisfying click. And I don't know how sturdy this is going to be, but we can try. Alright, I'm holding it just with the right hand, and it is not falling apart, so pretty big success. It's looking like a boat. And then, yeah, I can just kind of pull it apart, and it spreads its wings. Alright, back together. Onto our final instruction manual. Gotta finish that yellow container. So let's get to it. Probably going to be doing our last giveaway after we finish building. Alright, let's put our picture-in-picture back. Need our big blue plate. So this is going to be like the top of the blue cargo canister, cargo container. It looks like, I guess it'll be removable so you can access the interior more easily. Time for another big sticker, although not the biggest. You still got this big boy to go. We're doing the Monkie, I guess, Unky one. And we'll do Mo in a sec. It is interesting, right? I got this one on here, but now I'm gonna have to do the little one with it in place so I can line it up with the other one. So hopefully it looks good. I think that came out pretty good. lots of clips going in different forms. Curious to see what we're going to be attaching to them. Probably help if I put that plate on all the way. Well, in this case at least, it's just some bars and a lightsaber handle. Looks like, you know, just kind of put in lots of little details at this point, since generally we're getting close to the end here, I suppose. Got a pneumatic T here, and then a little printed 1x1 round tile with a dial on it, not a new print. That's going like so. Next up, looks like we got the solar panels coming in. So I guess that's what like that dial is supposed to be. It's measuring how much solar power we are generating. It's kind of odd that these are stickers, since we know that they have, if not the 2x4 version, they have 1x4 version of these tiles. Yeah, that appear in like the International Space Station and a bunch of other sets that they could have used instead of making a new sticker. There we go. Generating some electricity for our boat. So it's, I guess, self-sufficient or something like that. We got a red lightsaber handle. Not a color you see it in too often. I think maybe this is supposed to be our foghorn. There's my foghorn impression. Great, wasn't it? All right, time for another sticker. Looks like a live wire sign. Looks like only got 3 more stickers left. Including that big, probably annoying one. It's like, minifig hand, do not touch bare wires. I think I might have actually skipped one of the stickers. Just kind of looking at the parts we've got left. making a little planter here. You got solar power, growing your own plants. And one of the sides of the planter has a sticker. M-Kid, Monkey Kid Graffiti. Looks like the other part of the sticker is, I guess, the logo of whatever box they're repurposing into this planter. It's a pretty cute little planter design. I'm a fan, I dig it. Oh, until I break it. Oh, now I get to make another planter. And that looks like that's going to be it for bag 17. And planter number 2 with some flowers in it. All right. And I gotta put this in place. Excuse me, crane. So that pops on there. Gives the yellow shipping container another wall, but then when we split it open, the wall stays on top of the blue container. Alright, on to bag 18. Also need our larger black plate there. Oh, we start by flipping it upside down. We do still have one more minifigure and her vehicle to build, I believe. I believe it is May is her name. And she had like a cool little jet ski scooter sort of thing. That looks like that is getting saved until the very end. some more neon lighting going in. Guess that's going to be the illumination for inside the yellow shipping container. This looks like it's going to be some sort of entrance or hatchway, because you got these 1x2 plates with the bars on them. I think that it will line up with where the ladder is as well, so that further supports that idea. Oh, and I did not forget a sticker earlier. I'm about to use it right now. It's always a nice feeling. So you didn't mess up. This is another Pigsy noodle box. Only if it can come off a sheet. There we go, yeah, and that is only one sticker left. The big pain in the butt one. There we go. Nothing new there. Oh, we got a little recycling can. So it's green. Pretty sure that means it's recycling. Alright, now we're making our hatch. Once the hatch is done, I think that is going to be it for bag 18. We'll be moving on to the final bag. Get our final minifigure. That clips on, swings down. Very inconspicuous. Let's go to our main view. Let's see what the best way is to show that. So there we go, that pops right there. And there's actually, there's like there's a couple studs that it connects to. There we go. And you can still open up the little hatchways when that is in place, and you can still open it up. Although, getting it back together, there we are. It's a little trickier. All right, on to our last bag. Which, in addition to our final minifig will also be the lid to the yellow container. And that minifig's little vehicle as well. Oh, and we got one more bad guy as well. Alright, so we got a bunch to do in this bag. So starting off with May's weapon, a little cross between Ninjago and Nexonites. That Ninjago dragon sword hilt and the Nexonite blade in trans medium green or whatever color it is. Alright, I've got some minifigs to build. Alright, so May does look kind of like she could come right out of Ninjago with that nice dragon jumpsuit. Dragon kind of wraps around the back and you can see she's got an angry face. And she has a helmet. I believe is this the Ant-Man helmet? I think it's the Ant-Man helmet with some new awesome printing. Or she also has, I believe, a new head mold with a couple little bobs and some nice printing on it with a little green dye accents. And then she gets her sword and her helmet. Alright, and then it doesn't have us build the other minifig just yet, so we'll push that off to the side and follow the instructions and build her little vehicle thing. Oh yeah, I should probably put that back on. Or maybe not. Maybe you guys don't like the little picture-in-picture. I think Dollar said he liked it, but that's just one opinion. I think maybe next time we stream, presumably next weekend. I can't think of why it would not be next weekend at the moment, but we'll ask in the giveaway forum to get some feedback from you guys on what you think about the 2-camera setup. He's been awfully quiet about it today. Oh, got a battle droid body coming into use here. Always interesting when they get used in non-Star Wars creations. Looks like we're actually using it to make like a little like a horse or dragon head, something like that. Let's see, we'll put it on there. Kind of see like a horse or dragon shape coming out of that. If we tilt it forward a little bit. Kind of reminds me of Nexonites in that regard. Oh, and that is pretty much her whole little speeder thing. She does not even get to sit down. Like literally there's no studs that she could sit on even if she wanted to. There we go. It's a pretty cute little design, nice and simple. You know, I believe she kind of gets some more credit or some like a bigger vehicle in one of the other sets, so it's nice to see her get a little one in this set. So our last bad guy minifig looks pretty identical to the ones from the vehicle we made way back when. Yeah, in fact, completely identical to those guys. With the one exception being he's got a backpack with some clips on it. So I guess we're gonna build, looks like a little jetpack thing for him. I guess so he can fly around and chase after May, or May can chase after him. Oh, engine away. Yes, we're just kind of strapping these big engines onto his back, and I guess hoping for the best. I really don't see it ending well. Seems like one of those things where like everything has got to be perfectly calibrated for him to be able to fly straight. And so all you gotta do is kind of damage one engine and then he's gonna start going every which direction. There we go, there's his rocket backpack. And he's got a little chainsaw, handheld chainsaw, lightsaber chainsaw. All right, let's finish this build. This is not a piece I've seen very often. It was like a 6x18 plate or something like that, with only studs around the edges. Can't think of if I have seen that piece before. I've seen it, you know, obviously the like 4x6 version and a couple other different ones for sure, but not one quite this wide and narrow. So we're building the supports for the big sign. Big pain in the butt sticker that goes with it. just about done, other than that big sticker. We're gonna put up that giveaway link. We're gonna finish our build, pick our winner, and then show off the set for a bit. See all the different features and everything. We're gonna pick our winner before we do that. First, we're gonna do this pain in the butt sticker. It's like I guess this is UCS sized. So same level of pain in the buttness as a UCS set. They save it to the end, just like a UCS set. First try. Alright, so this is the sticker, big sign on the ship for the DH Shipping Co. Not sure what DH stands for. That might be, I don't think it's any of the characters. It's not Monkey Kid, it's not Sandy, it's not Pigsy, it's not May. So I'm not sure what it is. I do like the little tear in it that's kind of stitched over. Some cool little details like that. Alright, and then that sign attaches onto the snot brackets somehow. There we go. And then we get our cool lamps using a pumpkin piece. Clip onto our pneumatic T connectors. Like so. Little Ninjago tassels. And you get to look at the back of it for now. And the last bit is, can't forget our stud shooter. Got a bunch of studs to put in it. They always give you like an extra set, but I feel like very infrequently do they actually give you a place to store that extra set. So I usually just put the extra set of studs in my loose parts, where I sort them back into the 1x1 plates. And with that, looks like we're done, although it does show a few little things we can do here. So these panels apparently can hold these little vehicles for the good guys. Oh, unless you break them. I can probably put it in a little better than I'm doing it right now, but I'm just kind of giving you the idea. Oh, came undone. Oh, so that is nifty. So I was commenting, oh, apparently that's supposed to close there, on like all the clips here. So one of them is to put the mech's staff here, and he can go inside, which we'll show off in a little bit. What else we got? And that's it. So yeah, the end of the instructions. Hey, look at all the fun role-playing battles you can do. It's also suggesting if you're picking it up, make sure you grab from the bottom, not the top. And I've got the inventory. You can play with it, lots of inventory. Alright. Our monstrous pile of instructions. So we'll take away that giveaway link. We are closing off the giveaway and picking our last winner. Yeah, no. Congratulations, you won a Lego Movie 2 collectible minifigure. We'll be getting in touch to get you that prize. Alright. So, yeah, let's take a look at our finished set here. I guess we'll start by taking a tour around the boat and then look at some of the smaller aspects, little vehicles and figures and stuff. So here is our, what is it, Monkie Kids Team Secret HQ. It looks like a boat with some cargo containers on it. Let me turn around this side. I think this is the best side to look at it from, because we got the billboard, the little garden, got some nice color contrast and stuff like that. We've got our crane. So yeah, I've got our crane that can extend and turn. So that's one feature there. Do like the little roller coaster track piece as the ladder. Little garden planters, air conditioning unit, solar panels, foghorn. Love these little lanterns with the pumpkin piece. On the top here, we've got, I guess, like the conning tower, so to speak. It's got like little controls. It's got like the communications dish up there. The back of the boat is kind of ugly. There's like a big hole right there. Obviously, that part is normally going to be above the water, but like they put in the green Technic panels to try to fill it up, but because of where the hinges are, there's only so much that they could do. You're not really going to be looking at it from the back that much, so it's not a big deal, but it is something to comment on, I guess. Yeah, on this side, I didn't point out on the other side, we've got like the little tires to help keep it from bumping into other boats and doing damage. From the front, I like the little smoke steam coming out there. Got some nice little details with like the crates and stuff. There is a little cat door here, so that's a cool little feature. And then, of course, we've got our pop-out stud shooter that you can spin this little guy on the top to shoot. We're not going to do that though. Alright, I think we're going to turn back on our picture-in-picture with the webcam being the main view, so maybe we can get a better look at some of these features as we open it up. So yeah, we're gonna split it open now. So we can kind of get a good view of the inside, perhaps. So yeah, there's definitely a lot going on in here. On the left side here, we've got the mecha bay that the little monkey kid mech can fit in. And since his staff is hiding on the side of the tower, you don't have to worry about that. So yeah, he fits in there. You can see we've got a little control center here that Sandy is in. We've got a little sleeping area, complete with a bathroom here. Try to take a better look at that in a minute. Then if we keep folding it open, oh, I completely I folded it apart. I folded it so open. So yeah, it's just kind of held on by those couple of clips on each side there. So I guess it is a little finicky. See if we can get that to clip back in place. You can see we've got a little vehicle for May on that side. And if we slide it over. We've got a little vehicle for Pigsy on the other. So lots of cool details there. And then it all folds back up, and you can see the little bar right here that if everything is lined up properly, there we go. That bar goes into a little clip right there, and it clips together. And then, as they talk about, you can pick it up. As long as you pick it up from the bottom, you know, you're pretty good. I got it with one hand now. So while we're in this close-up view, we can show these guys fold up, and the little Pigsy vehicle comes out. So it's got a cute little pig face. You can see the nose and the eyes and the ears. And he's sitting there driving it along. And there's like, you can fit it on there, hopefully, so it only is held on by like a couple of studs maybe. So it's not going to rattle around too much if you pick up the set and try to move it. And then on the other side, if we swing the crane out of the way, can flip that up. And May has got her little horse or dragon speeder. And based on how the studs are, or anti-studs are on the bottom, I think it's, she can't quite attach to anything in here, so she kind of has to float around. So let's see what else we got. If we just tilt up a little here, so the top here comes off. So if you wanted to, this is the first time we've done this, so you can see my extra parts there. You kind of peek in, so you can see the Monkie Kid mech. I can't even see it from this angle normally, so that's kind of cool for me. And then actually, this part can get completely removed, so you can see the little bunk bed, little cat fort here, being blocked by our picture-in-picture little cat fort, along with our neat teal and orange cat. I call him Sandy Jr. He probably has a real name. And then also, scooch this down here. This part comes off as well, so you can access the control center where the Big Fig Sandy is hanging out. So with these parts removed, let's tilt back down again. Gonna give you a little wider shot so you can see what it looks like with those parts removed. Again, we can easily pop that open, and now we have, you know, better access to the interior areas, including the little sleeping area here, the control center, which has got some control screens and stuff, and on this side here, the little mech bay. So yeah, definitely a lot of awesome play features, a lot of cool details. Like I was pointing out there is a bathroom here. Let's see if we can move our camera around so maybe you can see in there. Our picture's in the way. Slide it over. So you can see the toilet and the sink there. If you look at the sign, it's got like a little male minifig, a female minifig, and a cat. There is actually a litter box in there. I never thought I would be building a cat litter box, but there it is. At least not in a actual Lego set. Alright, so I think that is all the main aspects of the set. Let's see, we can put those panels back on. So you got this one There are some little trapdoors here that you can use, but I don't think they really give you much other than you can like drop some stuff in there if you want, I guess. You can see that goes together quite easily. And then you have a boat again. And then as far as the bad guys go, they've got like a little hover, I guess like pontoon boat, airboat or something with a flamethrower on the front, jet engine in the back that can chase after them. It's not much of a secret HQ if they already know where it is though. We've got this guy, the big jetpack, you can go flying around. And then we've got the general, who's got an axe / torch. He's got a cool fabric cape piece though. Yeah, so that is the Monkey Kid Team Secret HQ. You know, it is expensive. We were talking about that earlier on the stream. You know, the Monkey Kid sets in general are expensive. You know, there's not a lot of like lower price point ones. They're all kind of in the upper side, like this guy. Well, this is the most expensive at $170, but for $170 you do get almost 2,000 parts. It was a lot of fun to build. You know, I'd say the base of the boat, doing like both sides, is a little repetitive because there's a lot of similarities, but in the big scheme of things, not really that much. And I feel like there's a lot of, you know, uniqueness in like the 3 cargo containers and stuff that are all different from one another. Plus you build like 3 different little vehicles to keep you occupied as you go. Yeah, I think all total it was a lot of fun. If you're into Monkey Kid and into the story, I think it's a great addition to the collection. It is expensive, so it's not going to be for everyone. But you know, just because it's expensive doesn't mean it's not like a good value. So it's not a set for everyone, but if you really love Monkey Kid, you're not going to be disappointed if you do spend the money on it, I guess is the point I'm trying to make, right? Like, it's not a bad value for the amount it is. So yeah, thank you so much for watching. Thank you, Lego, for sending us the set so we could build it. Congratulations to all of our winners today. And stay tuned to BZPower and our social media channels to see when we will be doing our next build. Hopefully this coming weekend, so just like 5 or 6 days away. So hope everyone has a good week, having a happy Labor Day today if you're in the US. Stay safe, wear a mask, wash your hands, and stay 6 feet apart from everyone. And yeah, we'll see you next time. Thanks so much, guys. Take care.